Bring one down. Pete, are you on the jury count?
Welcome, race fans, to the Spencer James Nelson Memorial University of Colorado Invitational. It's a FISU Giant Slalom today, hosted by the University of Colorado here on the slopes of All Out at Steamboat Ski Resort. We are going to be underway shortly with the men's first run. A beautiful day for racing here in Steamboat Springs, Colorado. And we've got an amazing field of 80 male athletes racing this morning. The women will race this afternoon. Again, we will be underway in just a few minutes here as we get things ready at the Spencer James Nelson Memorial University of Colorado Invitational. All right, we have our first forerunner in the gate. We are just about to get underway here for the Spencer James Nelson Memorial University of Colorado Invitational. It's a FISU Giant Slalom today here at Steamboat Resort. Forerunner Logan Gross-Didier from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Just testing the conditions today. Absolutely perfect racing snow this morning. It's been warm, so the snow's gotten wet. Good hard freeze overnight. The snow is rock solid. Bring you coverage for the upper part of the course here this morning. We are working to link our lower section. Some network challenges right now, so we just have the upper part of the course for you, but we're working to get the lower half as well.
Forerunner B on. Timing, let us know when he finishes, and we'll start the first racer on the following interval.
Our third and final forerunner on course. Jeremy Lagier loading up into the start gate. Will be our first competitor. All right, so we got a good report from our forerunners, and our first racer, Jeremy Lagier from Westminster College, is in the start. We'll be underway here in just a moment. Thanks for tuning in this morning. We've got the men's giant slalom this morning, women's giant slalom this afternoon. We'll be back at it for giant slalom on Friday, and then Saturday will be the slalom with the first run in the afternoon and the second run under the lights at Howelson Hill. It's Jeremy Lagier from Westminster College, pulls over the wand. He's getting ready to go, and our first racer is on course. Jeremy Lagier from Westminster College. Again, we're bringing you upper course coverage here for the first run as we work to try to fix our network so we can link up with our lower camera, give you full length by the second run, if not before. As Lagier, good and clean up here on top. This first run is looking fast. The set pretty basic, I would say, and expect some closely packed racers down there for our timing. All right, Mikkel Solbakken on course from the University of Utah. And just as I say, the course looks pretty basic and easy down there. We get report that Lagier is a DNF. Solbakken from the University of Utah, no problems up top.
I got Rengate on the flat.
No problems for Solbakken up here. Oh yes, our next racer to go from the University of Denver.
3 on.
Cornelius is on course up top. Yeah, a little bit thrown wide there, about halfway down that upper pitch. Now it's key, the flat section right here, important to carry speed off the pitch onto the flats. See if that error costs Cornelius down below.
Start stop confirmed. 3 on, 4 held in the gate.
As we look to get you some times from down there on the lower section, Jean-Luc Bohème will be our next competitor to go leading in the RMISA standings. Swiss racer competing for the Montana State Bobcats.
Yes, go ahead.
We're just going to need someone with Gary with a drill. Probably a full first time.
Copy, I'll get somebody else.
Start course is clear, you may resume.
Okay, this is the start. We just missed an interval here, so we'll start on the next one.
All right, Bohème will be headed out in about 40 seconds.
Yeah, Matt Brody, you're on jury chill. For bed. You could,
Solbakken, our current leader in the finish. Cornelius just behind. With the course set this morning, I figured we'd see some tight results down there, and it looks like that's the case so far. But our RMISA leader, Jean-Luc Bohème, pushing out of the start. Could have something to say about that. Will somebody emerge here in the darkness of the early morning hours on the all-out race slope? A slope that gets lit up in the afternoon with some beautiful western exposure sunshine. But right now, racers contending with flat light on a fast course with fast snow conditions, perfect snow conditions. Rock hard is Philip Wahlquist. University of Colorado Buffalo, our first racer from the host university today on course. Spencer James Nelson on everybody's mind here as we compete on the first day of the Spencer James Nelson Memorial. One of the most amazing athletes that I've worked with, and a great Buffalo through and through.
Yeah, copy.
Good looking run for Wahlquist up top. Isaac Starset, our next competitor to go. Bohème through the finish, third fastest right now. And again, we're working to try to get you lower course coverage and to get our network connected down to our lower camera. But right now, we'll watch the upper section of All Out with Starset from Montana State, skiing a good solid upper section.
Hey, this is start wrap for timing.
Leon Nikic from Croatia, University of Alaska, Anchorage, also donning the leader bib. CF looking solid up here. Good clean quick turns, turn above the gate for Nikic. Good tactics. The question on this hill, which is a pretty straightforward hill, honestly, for these athletes, is he letting those skis run enough? That'll be the test. This is Ivor Cornelius Walde Nace from the University of Nevada, Reno. So great to have UNR back in RMISA. Fielding a strong team led by Coach Cam Smith. Good solid run up top for Ivor. So it's Nikic into the second position down there at the finish as Jack Wright gets ready to go up top. University of Colorado Buffalo. Jack having himself a good year. Right now on course on the upper section.
Timing 58.
Drivers out down below. Jack Reich in up above right now. He knows this hill well. Spent his high school years training here at the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Lots of laps on the all-out slopes, and Jack's had some great races this year. Can he make it happen today? As Rafael Lessard from the University of Utah gets ready to go up top. Lessard, strong start and on course for the Canadian, racing for the Utes.
Kevin for John, videographer has a radio.
Lessard, good, smooth skiing up top. To the lower pitch goes Lessard as his teammate, Sindre Michaelbust, in the start, up above.
Let's go do it. Come on.
Like into seventh down below is Michaelbust. On course, the Norwegian skier for the University of Utah, defending NCAA champions. And for these Utah skiers, it's not just a matter of being fast today amongst the entire field. It's a matter of being fast amongst the other athletes on the team, as the competitive level so great at Utah, just to earn the honor of representing their team at the NCAA Championships on these slopes in March will be a tall task. On course right now, this is Trey Seymour from the University of Denver. Trey, the local boy. University of Denver pioneer Trey having himself a year. And he knows this hill better than anybody, having grown up in Steamboat. Lots of mileage on the slopes of Steamboat Resort and Howelson Hill. And it's so great to see strong skiing that he has put in this year. Jamie Castleman, our next racer from Montana State. And Castleman is on course. A little bit wide on that fall-away blue turns. The blue gate's up on the upper pitch. Fall-aways to the left. Important for the skiers to be clean so they can carry speed onto that flat section as they go out of view. Again, if you're just joining us, we are trying to make a connection to our lower camera down there. We expect to have full-length coverage by the second run if we can't get it to you before. Oliver Perizet from the University of Utah, an American racer, pushing out of the gate and on course. Here comes Perizet. Trey Seymour into the finish in 8th position down below. Perizet smooth. Got to have a light touch up here. Absolutely perfect conditions for racing. It's not slick at all, but the surface is very firm. These racers are not going to put a dent in the snow. It's going to be a day where skiers from the back have a chance to make a strong move up through the field. We're going to be looking for something special. We got a brief course hold here as Adrian Mindy Hunschammer from the University of Denver prepares to take his run. The last 2 times that the NCAA Championships were held here in Steamboat, the University of Denver came out on top. Hunschammer hopes to be part of that team representing the University of Denver here in March and see if they can make it 3 in a row on the slopes of Steamboat Springs. Solid skiing up top for Hunsheimer. No problems on this upper section for the competitors today. Gate from the University of Utah, Gustav Rosberg Vuelo from Norway. Well on course. An aggressive approach for Vuelo up top, running a little bit more direct line, a little bit lower line down there on the flats, and on this hill that can be advantageous in these conditions. He breaks over at Coach's Nola pick point. We hope to have coverage down there shortly. Luis Gustav Fausa from the University of Colorado getting ready to go next. Fausa on course. Fausa, long time University of Colorado Buffalo. He's had himself some great races as a leader on this team. Strong skiing up top. University of Colorado Buffalo. Tanner Perkins from Montana State will be our next competitor. We wait to send Tanner to get some course repair done. All right, Tanner Perkins on course, Montana State Bobcat. Tanner getting after it up here. Good aggressive skiing for Tanner up on the upper section of the course. See how that plays out down below is Christian Olivera-Sovic, University of Denver. Gets ready to go in the start, the Norwegian skier. And Sovic course right now. Fausa putting in a top 5 run down below. Perkins moving into 11th. Sovic looking solid up top. And in the start next, we've got Jan Rohner from the University of Alaska Anchorage, the Austrian, representing the Seawolves here on the slopes of All Out today. That's an all-out start, an aggressive beginning for Rohner. More upright stance for Rohner as he works more the middle to back half of the ski. Clean top for the Seawolf. Etienne Mazilier from the Canada, our next competitor, racing for the University of Colorado. Cellier, I could be mistaken, but maybe his first runs down the slopes of All Out here at Steamboat in a race. It's like no problems for him up on the upper section. Now our first racer from Colorado Mountain College, the hometown college team, Colorado Mountain College campus here in Steamboat Springs. You've right out the lunchroom of the Haul Out Race Slope, and Macaluso is on course. So it's a home event for the University of Colorado, but truly a home hill for the Colorado Mountain College Eagles. And Macaluso skiing fine up on the top section as Trent Pennington, racing for Westminster College, prepares to go next. Go ahead. And Trent Pennington, Westminster College on course. All right. Alejandro Puente Tacias, the Spanish skier for Westminster College, is on course. Was tucked there on the middle flats, the section that we call the beach. Not the beach yet, but when the sun comes out for second run, that is going to be a beach section today, and especially for the women's race this afternoon. It's supposed to be a toasty, warm day, but right now it's just perfect racing conditions. Wilhelm Norman Seth from the University of Utah pushing out of the course. On course is Norman Seth. The Utes had some success here in Steamboat Springs, in particular on the World Pro Ski Tour, where he debuted in fine fashion, making the finals. Thomas Hoffman will be our next competitor from the University of Denver. All right, I'm back, working on trying to get that lower part connected. Right now we're just on the upper. Jules Bauer from the University of Nevada, Reno is on course, French skier. Norman Seth with the top 10 fastest run while I was away. Continues to like racing here in Steamboat Springs. Loic Chablis, our next competitor, out of the start. He's from Switzerland, racing for Westminster College. Loic on course. On the low line for Loic. Aggressive approach. It's what you have to do wearing bib 29. Trying to make a strong move up. As Bridger Harrison gets ready to go up top. Bridger, Westminster College racer. Bridger is on course. Bridger showing this course no respect. Good direct line up top. Focus on clean for him. A little bobble there as he breaks over at the pick point. So we switch intervals and prepare for our next racer. Bridger down on the lower section. Working on cleaning up our lower course footage. We're getting closer, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get there. All right, we've got 30 racers down as we switch to a 30-second interval. Down at the finish, our leader, Mikkel Solbakken, with a 52.96. Leon Nikic in second position. And Cooper Cornelius currently in third. Just 0.2 of a second separating our top three as Benjamin Angerer gets ready to go up top. Benjamin, Westminster College Austrian racer. And he is on course. Working on our video issues there on the lower section for you. So we watch Angerer on the lower section. We'll flip back to the top for our next competitor, Hunter Ide from the University of Alaska. This is Hunter Ide on course. 20th position down below is our next racer. Leaves the start. This is Jacob Dilling, University of Colorado, Buffalo. Follow Dilling down. Jacob Dilling. He's had some strong results here at Steamboat Resort. Oh, and a little bit low there right before the tack shed. Timing building for Dilling. It's Henry Hayden now on the lower section of the course. Apologize for the video issues down here as we try to clean things up here with our top to bottom coverage here at Steamboat Resort. On to the lower section now. It's Engelbrett Halbajors. A racer from Norway. Sun starts to pop out down on the lower section. Top the second, Halbajors. It's Jaeger. Ross just leaving the start gate. Roman Frost now on course up above. Westminster College, German racer. Over coaches Knoll, what we call pick point, and on to the lower section for Frost. Just leaving the start is Harry Hoffman. We'll pick him up momentarily. Hoffman now on the upper section. So we pick Harry Hoffman on to the lower pitch. Running a little bit low is Harry, but nice light touch on his edges. Harry from the Park City Ski and Snowboard Club. We've got a few non-collegiate athletes competing today. And one of the first. Good opportunity for these junior athletes to mix it up with the collegiate racers. UNR's Ulrik Rekas Danielsen from Norway starts up above. UNR, the newest team on the RMISA circuit. Coach Cam Smith leading the way for the upstart team. We're thankful for the additional opportunity for collegiate racing out west. Danielson, smooth, creating some nice angles down onto that lower section. As we watch Chase Kelly now on the upper section. Chase Kelly, junior racer, hot off some great recent results is Kelly. Circuit chase from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. Dawson Yates just pushing out of the start. Kelly getting a little bit hung up, looking for the flow down here for Kelly. Good opportunity for him to compete with these collegiate racers. And Chase Kelly on the lower section. Trouble up top. Dawson Yates looks like our first upper course victim. Not sure what happened to Dawson right as we flipped over to the upper section. But Yates is off course and the Bobcat will be a DNF. Philip Crota will be our next competitor. Philip, Colorado Mountain College Eagles on course. Steamboat Resort and Howelson Hill are the training slopes for the Colorado Mountain College Eagles. Their campus right here in Steamboat Springs. Perched up on the hill, overlooking both Howelson Hill and Steamboat Resort. Beautiful place to go to school. And Crota knows this hill well. Can he use that to his advantage today? Carson Hume pushing out of the gate up top as Crota Skiing down the lower section. Philip Crota into his tuck and over the final breakover as Carson Hume comes into view on the top of the second pitch. Oh, and Hume getting sideways, and down goes Hume. Tough break for Carson. Not what he was looking for today. The junior racer from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. A great opportunity for him. He knew the course conditions were good today. Really hoping to get a strong race here in this collegiate field. Couple more chances ahead for Carson. He's a talented skier. Like he's still feeling a little sore up there for Carson. Might have slid into a gate there on his slide, not sure. But he's a strong guy. Sure he'll be back tomorrow as we look to the top. This is Thomas Menon getting ready to go top Menon Sports Racer. Thomas knows this hill well. Trained here with the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club for several years. And he's ready to go. Thomas Menon. 18-year-old racer. Racing for Menon Sports, good opportunity for him amongst this collegiate field to test his skills and see how he stacks up with these collegiate racers. Thomas Menon. Good solid line up there, maybe a little round for what this course can give the competitors. Down to the lower section is Menon up above. We're going to flip over to our next competitor. This is Enzo Cinerelli. There's Menon down below. Cinerelli up top. So now on to the lower pitch. Cinerelli from Westminster College, the French racer. Oh, and out goes Cinerelli there in the sunshine. It was hard to tell what happened, but he did not finish. Gunnar Barnwell, the Colorado Mountain College Eagle, is on course. Gunnar coming into view on the lower pitch, throwing that snow. Sun's starting to come out. For some artistic shots for the skiers as they pass by. The sun coming out up top now on the upper section, making the break over. Another Colorado Mountain College Eagle. This is Theodore Kim. Again, home hill for these Colorado Mountain College Eagles. By Scott Tanner. Really starting to make a name for itself as a place for another option for skiers to race at a high level. In some cases, they're feeding NCAA programs. CMC Ski Team is the only athletic program for the college not eligible to compete in the NCAA championships, although they've got an NCAA caliber team for sure. Caden Carruthers, of course, right now from the University of Alaska Anchorage, the Canadian racer. Looking strong. Trouble up top for Ryan Herhusky, and before he even comes into view, he's did not finish. So we've got bib number 50 now pushing out of the start. Good 50 is Andreas Unhelm Smith, racing for the University of Nevada, Reno. Over Coach's Knoll past the pick point and onto the lower pitch. This is probably the most technical section of the course right here. But because the course pretty fast through this section, as it starts to stack up here on the flats, the racers relax, and I think this is where the problems are occurring, right in that transition. Smith, no problem in that section. Little piece of terrain there over the road onto the lower section, and Smith has had no problems down there. Good solid run for the UNR racer. Now on course, this is Steamboat's own Curtis Zani. Curtis getting on his side there on that lower pitch, making a good recovery to stay on his feet. The good thing is he had pitch there, so quickly back up to speed for Zani, but there's no margin for error in a field like this. The local racer knows that. He's charging towards the finish, trying to make up some time. All right, Colin Kagan right on his tails, another Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racer. Colin, a postgraduate with the Springs Winter Sports Club, graduated last year from Steamboat Springs High School. Great ski racer, great golfer as well for the Steamboat Springs High School golf team. Kagan, when he uncorks one, there's no faster guy on this race hill. Kagan with a good solid run. Up next right now, Marcus Stanley. Stanley breaking over onto the lower pitch. Marcus from the Loveland Ski Club. Good solid skiing for Stanley. He's most at home between the slalom gates, but his GS has definitely been picking up. He's put on some good results. And a solid run down there for Marcus. Here comes another hot junior to watch. 18-year-old William. Oh, and down goes Zerbay. Oh, that is a tough break for the Ski and Snowboard Club Vail racer. DNF for Will Zerbay. Stefan Brenwald, our next competitor on course. Stefan from the Park City Ski and Snowboard Club. Brenwald's been coming on. Watching his results lately. Stefan onto the lower section of the course. Another of this group, a really fast group of 18-year-olds. Junior development, especially in that age group, is looking very strong right now. And Brenwald, a good solid run, the Park City racer. Too long a drive for these Park City racers down Highway 40 to compete here in Steamboat Springs. All right, Jake Morgan. Some trouble up above. There's Jake down below. Here comes Chase up above. Chase Seymour, University of Colorado, Buffalo, Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club alum, hometown boy. Tough break there for Chase as that gate down on the ground, making a little bit longer line for Chase. The margin for error so small. Any little blip like that is problematic. But a good clean run here for Seymour. Apologize for our video issues down below. We're going to work on that in between runs. Hopefully have a great clean feed for you here on the second race. Will Cashmore is going to be our next competitor out of the start. Will from New Zealand, racing for the University of Alaska Anchorage. I talked about how the Colorado Mountain College program has helped feed some athletes into some NCAA eligible teams. Will, an example of that, racing for Alaska Anchorage now. Nick Unkovskoy, racing for Middlebury College, is another example. See these skiers back here for the NCAA Championships. The giant slalom will be held on this slope here on March 6th. The slalom over at Howelson Hill on March 8th. Again, for these University of Colorado Invitational races, we got giant slalom today. We've got giant slalom here tomorrow again. And then slaloms at Howelson Hill on Saturday with the second run under the lights at Howelson Hill. All right, Will's got the countdown coming from our starter. And on course he comes. Knows this hill well. Getting a little bit sideways there on the fourth gate. That fall away off to the left makes the left-footed turns, those blue gates, more difficult than the red side. Cashmore now onto the lower pitch. Cashmore wheeling his way down. Good, quiet, stable upper body for Cashmore. The legs go side to side. Getting a little bit low right in there, but Cashmore's laid down a clean run. Everett Dooley on course right now, another Colorado Mountain College Eagle. He knows this hill well. Former Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racer. Oh, and not able to make the recovery as he gets that outside ski shot up in the air. Everett Dooley thrown low and off course. Tough break for Everett Dooley. William Anders Geld, our first racer from Rocky Mountain College, now on course. Norwegian. Oh, and he's getting bounced low on that same gate that Dooley had troubles with. The light just kind of changing in there. That particular turn still in the shade, but the sun making things perhaps more difficult here in this transition for the athletes to see, particularly on those turns that are shaded as the eyes adjust between sun and shade. So two skiers in a row we see getting bounced around up there. Apollo Powell. Now, of course, another Colorado Mountain College Flying Eagle. Oh, and Apollo getting bucked and out. Out goes Powell. That's a tough break. Now from Big Sky. Oh, and Caleb Unger. All of a sudden, we've got mayhem on the course. Caleb Unger getting thrown out right at that transition. Upper section. Garrett Kirsch, our next competitor on course. Garrett from Colorado Mountain College. Garrett undo the little curse that we've got on the course right now. All of a sudden, a string of problems and DNFs. Garrett Kirsch is going to try to change all that. Colorado Mountain College skier. He's got a lot of mileage on this hill. This guy's trained in the morning, so he knows about light conditions. And should be able to manage as he makes his way on the lower section here. Garrett Kirsch looking strong. It's been a good, smooth run for Kirsch. Now that transition from the pitch to the flats, ever so important, and Kirsch has managed it well. The Colorado Mountain College skier dancing towards the finish. A good run from Kirsch down there. Isaac Motzen, our next competitor, Isaac. Another Colorado Mountain College racer onto the lower section. Course getting a little bit bumpy down there, but not too bad, not ruddy. The racers can still ski the line that they want to ski, but they've got to be strong over the outside ski. They've got to be loose and move. Bumps down there. Samuel McDermott, another Colorado Mountain College racer, comes into view on the top of the lower pitch. McDermott flowing from turn to turn. Smooth skiing style for McDermott. As he makes his way over the final road, a couple more gates to the finish for McDermott. Matthew Basson, our next competitor on course. Basson, a fun one to watch. Oh, and Basson is out on the upper section. I see him putting his skis back on. An early exit for Matthew Basson. So Mauro Bamber from the University of Alaska Anchorage is now on course. The Seawolf looking to make a move up through the field. Our top 30 fastest skiers from the first run will run in reverse order to lead the way on that second run. A nice advantage of these skiers for that matter. But a tall order. This field is stacked. Little margin for error as Bamber has put together a fine run down below. He's going to make a bit of a move with that run, no doubt. As we look up the hill for our next competitor, it's going to be Mads Fondevik Syversen from Rocky Mountain College, the Norwegian skier. On the lower section, he gets bucked on that section that's given some racers some problems, and he's off course. Did not finish for Syversen. Luke Dalton on the upper section of the course now, the Montana State Bobcat, looking to put the hammer down. For Coach's Knoll, and onto the lower section comes Dalton. Hard charging Bobcat skier right here. Course report got up to him. He skied a little bit higher line through that bumpy section there on what seems to be the crux point of this course. Dalton into his tuck down below. The Bobcat has skied well. Dalton, can he translate it all the way through the finish? Make a move. A good looking run for Luke Dalton. Coming over the pitch now, our next competitor. We're looking for Gustav Dahlmalm. There's Gustav. He's racing for Westminster College, the Swede. Solid run down the lower section as that sun gets a little higher in the sky, helping for the visibility for these late running racers. It's not often in ski racing that we see any kind of advantage for the late runners, but as the sun comes out, perhaps this time, they are gaining something. Ski racing is a brutal sport in that manner, where the later seeded and the lower ranked skiers have to contend with more difficult course conditions. Up snow as they claw their way up through the ranks. Hanrahan from Park City. A good solid run up there. Oh, and I see Jake Farwig skiing off course up top on tough break for Farwig. That means that we've got Stanley Andre on course. Stanley from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail on course. Stanley onto the lower section now. These junior racers. A great opportunity. This FISU circuit is just such a great way for some of the emerging junior racers to compete with the collegiate racers. See where they stack up. The level of skiing so high on the RMISA and NCAA circuits right now. It's a really good test for these juniors. Adam Rankler now on course from Rocky Mountain College, the Swede. Good solid skiing down below for Rankler. To the top of the pitch now, Will Uttendorfer making his way down. Will racing for Colorado Mountain College. Grew up in the Twin Cities, did his racing with Team Gilboa. Love seeing these Midwestern ski racers that really continue to emerge and can compete at a high level on the collegiate circuit. Uttendorfer's always been a good giant slalom skier, even hailing from the short slopes of the Midwest. A good solid looking run for Uttendorfer up there. Go back to the top. I don't know where Fort Hodgkins went. Might have been off course. Cayman Beauregard is on course, though. Cayman, the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racer. Good and solid up top for Cayman. Looking to use that home hill knowledge to his advantage as Cayman onto the lower pitch. Beauregard emerging his first year of FIS. Has had a solid year. Beauregard. This is a solid looking run. His twin brother is racing in Italy with the National Development Group right now. Hopefully watching Cayman live as Cayman makes his way towards the finish. Good looking skiing for Beauregard. And his teammate Owen Wither now on course. Cayman and Owen have been skiing and racing together pretty much since they were born here in Steamboat. Owen skiing over a gate panel down there that was on the ground. Cayman Beauregard moving up to 41st. A good run for Cayman as his teammate Owen Wither making his way down to the lower section. Great opportunity for these hometown boys in their first year of FIS racing to go up against these collegiate guys. Zachary Bion will be our next competitor. We've got 2 racers to go here in the first run as we repair that panel down there. And Bion will be our next racer. Yeah. All right, Zachary Bion on course. Bion, another Twin Cities racer, now racing collegiately. He's at Rocky Mountain College right now, and he is off course right now. Tough break for Zachary Bion. As he will be a did not finish. Now our final racer, Felix Besser, the German from Rocky Mountain College, staring down the course up here. Can he make? This is in excellent condition. Visibility is improving as the sun rises in the sky. There's no better opportunity than the one right now in front of Felix Besser from Rocky Mountain College. Felix pushes on course. Problems up on that upper section, but just as I say that, he gets thrown a little bit. A piece of terrain right there between the red and the blue as the racers come off the upper pitch onto that flat section, and a little rotation from Besser caused him to get thrown off course and out, and that is going to be a tough break for Felix. So we wrap things up with the DNF, unfortunately, there for Besser. It's fared a little bit better for our and that's something that we see happen sometimes at these upper level races, and the athletes in the back of the field looking to race so hard and push so hard to try to make something happen that they're thrown off course a little bit, and we see more errors in the back of the field as those other striving to make a strong move. That wraps up our first run here of racing. at the Spencer James Nelson Memorial University of Colorado Invitational Giant Slalom. Our unofficial top 5 at the moment, we've got Loic Chablis from Westminster College, started 29th, moved all the way up into 5th, just 0.6 off the lead. Philip Volquist from the University of Colorado, currently in 4th position. Cooper Cornelius from the University of Denver, sitting in 3rd. Leon Nikic from the University of Alaska Anchorage in the 2nd spot. And Mikkel Solbakken from the University of Utah is our Run 1 leader. We're going to switch over our courses, and we will be underway with our second run at 10:30 Mountain Time. So stay tuned with us right here, and we'll be back with live second run racing action at 10:30.
The Winter Sports Club is amazing. It is multi-sports, and it's the only club in the entire country that has as many winter sports as we're able to provide.
I feel like when you ask our kids about their life in Steamboat, their first thing they'll say is, we grew up in the Winter Sports Club.
It's sort of like a second family for me.
The Winter Sports Club, I think, was my upbringing.
I think Halcyon and the Winter Sports Club is one of the best places in the world.
It was almost another parent to me. We spent every opportunity we had down at the Winter Sports Club and enjoyed every minute of it.
Coming here after school and being with your friends and your coaches, it's just an awesome experience.
Almost every huge lesson or experience or great moment that has changed them has happened through the Winter Sports Club.
You know, their notion of creating champions on and off the mountain really resonates with me, and I just think it's an incredible opportunity for the boys to be part of that.
There you go.
Every coach that I've ever worked with, you know, here at Winter Sports Club or see coaches on hill with these kids, from skiing to cross country to jumping to snowboarding coaches, every single one of them brings a large amount of passion and dedication to this sport.
And the culture that they become a part of, again, changes them. And whether or not they're winning or whether or not they want to be an Olympian, they can be the best version of themselves.
We're so fortunate in this town to have so many amazing people help raise these kids.
There's something to be said about growing up in a competitive environment and having the mentors that the SSWSC provided. And you know, I certainly don't think that I would have grown up to be the person that I am today without their influence on my life.
It's so unique and so special, and having seen great places in the world, there's nothing like this.
Really, the Winter Sports Club is appropriate for all kids. Every single kid can benefit from the Winter Sports Club.
All right, we are just about underway with our men's second run. The forerunners will be getting in the gate here in just a couple minutes. Just over 2 seconds separating our top 30, meaning that anything can happen here on the second. Our first racer out of the gate is going to be Harry Hoffman. Harry's also the only non-collegiate athlete to make that flip 30. So nice job from Harry from the Park City Ski and Snowboard Club. He'll be leading things off. And then 29 collegiate racers will be bearing down on our first run leader, Mikkel Solbakken from the University of Utah. Conditions on this second run course are absolutely perfect. The sun coming out to a greater degree. The only shade left on the hill really is these first couple gates right out of the start. But the snow is rock hard and absolutely perfect. It's not slick. It's not overly grippy. It's just exactly what the racers are looking for. They can ski the line that they want. They can pressure the ski and feel the response in the turn that they're after. And it should make for some really exciting and impressive skiing to happen on this run. I'm really looking forward to it. So I mentioned that just over 2 seconds separating our top 30. And in fact, we've got 11 racers within 1 second of Mikkel Solbakken, our current leader after the first run. It's going to be exciting. A lot at stake here for these collegiate skiers. First order of business is do well for their team, but also on their minds is qualifying for their NCAA championship squad with those NCAA championships being held on these slopes here. The giant slalom on the same trail, all out Race Hill at Steamboat Ski Resort. The slaloms at Howelson Hill, which is where we will be on Saturday. So the coaches will really be looking to see how their athletes fare and stack up and perform on this hill. I think it's a great test for the NCAA championships, and today, not too difficult to hill. There will be more terrain for the NCAA championships. And our first runner is on course. This is Logan Gross-Didier. Logan, a U16 racer here at the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Fantastic skier, one to watch, no doubt. Into the lower section. Gross-Didier, apologize for the flicker. That is not your TV set, ladies and gentlemen, as we're still working on our technical issues here. The slopes of all out. Sorry, not in here. Runners today. Four runners on course. That means Harry Hoffman getting ready to go to kick things off here in run number 2. So as our 4 runners test things out, we go back to the top, and for our first racer, it's going to be Harry Hoffman, the Aussie, racing for the Park City Ski and Snowboard Club. And as I mentioned, Hoffman, the only non-collegiate racer to get into the flip. Moved up from the 38th start position into 30th after the first run, and he's on course. We are live. Harry Hoffman, our first competitor underway. Go ahead. All right, so out goes Hoffman. In is Christian Sovic. Christian Oliveira Sovic, racing for the University of Denver, the Norwegian skier. Onto the lower section of the course, it's going to be Sovic setting the pace now, with Hoffman out. A tough break for the Park City competitor. Sovic approaching the finish. Back to the top. Jan Rauner will be our next competitor. And Roner. Now laying over the start gate. Jan Roner on course at the top. Setting the pace down there. Sovic is through the finish. Our first racer through. Roner, the Austrian, racing for the University of Alaska Anchorage Seawolves. Good looking run being put together by Roner down there. Back to the top, Thomas Hoffman now on course on the upper section. Hoffman safely through that upper pitch. Onto the lower part, racing for the University of Denver. Oh, and a little bit low there is Hoffman. Section that his younger brother could not earlier on. Good solid run for Hoffman up there. On course right now, this is Jack Bowers. Jack racing for the University of Denver. To the lower section coming Bowers. Good solid run up there for Bowers. Keep things straight here. A lot going on. Oliver Perizet is the one going on course right now. Ollie from the University of Utah. And he's on to the lower section. Sovic, our current leader, still down there in the finish. So Oliver Perizet way past our camera onto the lower towards the finish. Matt Macaluso, our next racer on course. Macaluso, Colorado Mountain College racer. First Colorado Mountain College skier here in the second run. Mac trying to take advantage of this home hill knowledge that he has. Skiing down there for the Colorado Mountain College skier. Trent Pennington now on course. He's from Westminster College. Pennington looking to make a move. Christian Oliveira Sovic still the leader down at the finish. Nobody had to overtake the time. He's our first finisher here in the second run. So he holds on to that lead. Benjamin Angerer now leaving the start on the upper section of the course. Racing for Westminster College, the Austrian. Onto the lower pitch. Pennington moving into fourth. Angerer, a little angry about that turn right there, leading inside just at that breakover. That is the steepest part of the course down there that Angerer just made his way through. Angerer taking a gate out there. It's going to give us a chance to catch our breath down there with a little course hold as our next racer gets ready to go up top. Angerer moving into sixth position. The start, it's Halsebrush, Norwegian for the University of Nevada, Reno. Halsebrush. Not so hard to say. All right, we've got a clear course for the Norwegian skier. Taking the start countdown up here. Christian Olivera Sovic from the University of Denver, our current leader. Jaegers pulls over as he awaits the start command. University of Nevada, Reno skier is on course. Can he overtake our leader at the finish right now, Christian Olivera Sovic, Norwegian for the University of Denver, first finisher, and he's held on to that lead ever since. Algeris, Norwegian. No mistakes to speak of, skiing a bit of a higher line down there onto the lower section. See if he can overtake Sovic. Here comes Jack Reich, University of Colorado, Buffalo. Jack, a strong upper section of this course as he makes his way down to Coach's Knoll and onto the lower part of the course. Apologize for the flicker. That's not your TV set, ladies and gentlemen. Our network continuing to confound us. But Jack Reich skiing is not confounding down here. The University of Colorado Buffalo knows this hill well, did some training at the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. And Jack is approaching the finish. Roman Frost, a skier that made a good move in that first run, now on course. He's going to be one to watch. Seems to have found a liking to this all-out race trail. His first time, I believe, racing here from Westminster College. Frost, the German, now onto the lower section of the course. Jack Reich moving into sixth. Sovic holding on to the lead down there. Frost, could he be the man to overtake Sovic, our current leader? Sovic's held that lead for over 10 racers. It's bound to happen sometime, and Frost giving it his best. Roman Frost from Westminster College, a good-looking run, a couple gates to go as he approaches the finish down there. Right now it's Isaac Starset from Norway, racing for Montana State on course. Frost into third. Sovic holding on to the lead down there at the bottom as the Montana State Bobcat does his best. Technical section right in there. Steep pitch. You saw that break over and kind of the rain in there, but important to carry speed off that pitch because now the course flattens. Star set. Good, solid skiing. As we look to the start and we see Trey Seymour preparing to take to this course next. Star set into second position, still not enough. Can the DU skier from Steamboat Springs overtake his teammate in the finish for the lead? Trey Seymour has had the hot hand lately. The University of Denver pioneer coming into his own, and Trey Seymour pushes out of the gate and onto the course. Hometown boy here, Trey Seymour. His older brother jet skiing on the World Cup. Trey really having a fine season for the University of Denver Pioneers. Onto the lower section comes Trey. His teammate Christian Olivera Sovic is in the lead. Trey skiing well down here. Skiing an aggressive line. Trying to carry the speed off that pitch onto the flat section now. Clean is important down here. Light touch. For Trey Seymour as he approaches the finish. Is it going to be enough to move into that lead? As Gustav Rosberg Voello gets ready to go up top. Trey Seymour through the finish and into the lead. Fastest second run. Fastest overall, and by a wide margin, Trey Seymour has moved to the top. We've got the University of Denver 1 and 2 at the finish. As Gustav Rosberg Voello from the University of Utah prepares some course maintenance happening down below. Tanner Perkins is on deck. Seymour, Sovic, Starset, our top three, DU, and Montana State. Our top skiers at the finish right now. We are about halfway through the top 30. Gustav Rosberg Voello, Norwegian, racing for the University of Utah, is out of the start and on course. Voello attacking the upper section, running a direct line. Course conditions absolutely perfect. The snow surface is firm, not too grippy, just right for the skiers. Get a little bit back there as Voello. This is the tough turn coming onto the pitch. Voello's handled it pretty well. Clean turns of the utmost importance as Voello comes through the delay and onto the seamy portion of the trail where the course flattens out. Voello with a good-looking run up there. Just out of the start up top, we've got Tanner Perkins. Perkins racing for Montana State. He looks quick up here. Voello into the second position. Trey Seymour holding on to the lead. Perkins with a really nice turn on that red gate there. Got a little bit low, but quickly and cleanly back on track. This is a good-looking run for Tanner Perkins. He's a veteran. He knows this hill well. He knows what to do. He knows how to be fast. The Bobcat with a good-looking run up top. Jamie Castleman, another Montana State Bobcat up on the upper section. And Voello, Castleman now onto the lower pitch. Perkins into sixth position down there. Trey Seymour holding on to the lead from the University of Denver. Jamie Castleman from Montana State. Down that technical, steep, lower pitch. Hey, now it eases up. Castleman's got to be clean. He's got to be light on the edges. Towards the finish, Castleman comes. Jean-Luc Bohème has just left the start, wearing that yellow leader bib. You know he's fast. Not pleased with that first run, though. Bohème's got some things to prove here as Castleman moves into sixth. The Swiss skier from Montana State now in the lower section. This is the crux point. Oh, and Bohème down on his side. He came into it with good direction, but an untimely lean in for Bohème, and he is off course, out for Bohème. The young kid that skied a good first run, one to watch, Etienne Mazilier, the Canadian racing for the University of Colorado. I'm talking now, I think it was his first time racing on the hill in that first run. He made a strong move up through the field. And that's well done through that section. Mazilier with one of the highest lines we've seen through there. Through that delay now, he can take speed onto the flats. This is a good-looking run for Mazilier. We're looking for clean skiing down here. No extra snow being thrown up off those skis. And let's see if he's got what it takes to unseat our current leader at the finish, Trey Seymour. Wilhelm Normanseth now on course. on that upper section. So we look for Norm and Seth to come into view. Meselier into second position. So Trey Seymour, the local boy, University of Denver, still holding on to that lead. Meselier from the University of Colorado in second place. And Wilhelm Norman Seth, the Norwegian, racing for the University of Utah. Now on to the semi section and approaching the finish. We go back to the top. Raphael Lessard is on course. 2 University of Utah skiers on course at the moment. Lessard. To the lower section. Norman Seth into second place. Trey Seymour holding on to the lead. As we watch Lessard, University of Utah, through the lower section. And approaching the finish. Next skier in this top, the Spaniard from Westminster College, as Lessard moves into fifth. Alejandro Puente Tacias pushing out of the start. Puente Tacias is on course, racing for Westminster College. We're down to our top 9 from the first run. Trey Seymour sitting in the lead down at the finish. Puente Tacias breaking over Coaches Nolan onto the lower pitch. Owen to the inside. He goes, and the Westminster skier is out. Not finish for Puente Tacias. On course. Now it's Sindre Michaelburst, Norwegian from the University of Utah. Michaelburst. No problems on the upper section for Michaelburst. 8th fastest after the first run. On lower pitch. As we'll go back to the top as we work on our camera down below. This is Adrian Mindy Hunschammer. University of Denver Pioneer. It's quick. Up on the top section, his teammate Trey Seymour in the lead down at the finish. Michaelburst into third as we look to pick Hunschammer up on the top of the lower pitch. Hunschammer skiing good. Again, I like the line through that technical section. Because he skied it well, now he's got speed onto the flats here, and we're looking for clean skiing from Hunschammer, the DU Pioneer. Good-looking run. Is that going to be enough to unseat his teammate, our current leader in the finish, Trey Seymour? Is Luis Gustav Fausa, the Norwegian from the University of Colorado, laying down a quick upper section. Hunschammer into third. Trey Seymour holding on to the lead. And Fausa, University of Colorado Buffalo, looking quick down here onto this lower section. Fausa, I see energy coming from his skis. A little bit low through that section. That's going to cost him a bit, but I think he brought more speed into that section than any skier that we've seen in some time. Fausa, looking strong. Is this going to be the run to unseat our current leader at the finish, Trey Seymour? So we'll look to the times to tell us. And Fausa not enough, into second position. From Westminster College, we've got Loic Chablis in the start. Loic 5th fastest in the first run. 5 skiers to go with the chance to take the lead from Trey Seymour. We talked earlier about how he's got the hot hand. Not only does he have the hot hand, he's got home cooking here in Steamboat, the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club alum. Current leader in the finish. Loic looking to see a lead change down there. Swiss skier for Westminster College. It's a clean start for Loic. Now the course flattens out. Clean, what the skiers are looking for. They maintain the speed across the flats. A fun-looking set for these racers as we look for Loic onto the lower pitch. We are blind up here to what's happening down below to Loic. As we wait for him to approach the finish, and he has approached the finish and crossed our new leader. So again, we apologize for the camera trouble down below. As Philip Valquist pushes out of the start from the University of Colorado. Blake Chablis from Westminster College, our current leader. 4 skiers left with a chance to take that lead from him, and it starts with the University of Colorado Buffalo racer on course right now, Philip Valquist. Norwegian skier looking to put down a good run here in memory of Spencer James Nelson. My very favorite CU Buffaloes. Alquist from Norway. Looking strong down here. A good looking run. Will it be enough for a lead change in the favor of the University of Colorado as Cooper Cornelius from the University of Denver attacks the upper part of the course. Valquist into 9th position. Cornelius onto the lower section. University of Denver racer. Good speed into that section for Cornelius. A little bobble on that red gate, but plenty of pitch there to regain it. That delay straight down the fall line for Cornelius. He is taking an aggressive approach. Cooper Cornelius putting it all on the line for the University of Denver. It was a good-looking run from Cornelius. We'll have to wait for the time as Leon Nikic, our second fastest skier from the first run wearing the yellow leader bib from Croatia, is on course. Cornelius into 4th. Leon Nikic racing for the University of Alaska Anchorage Seawolves. Trying to unseat the Westminster College racer Loic Chablis, our current leader in the finish. A good-looking run from Leon, and now our first run race leader is on course. That's Mikkel Solbakken from the University of Utah. The Norwegian racer, can he take it wire to wire? That'll be the question. As Nikic approaches the finish and crosses into 2nd position, that knocks Trey Seymour back into 3rd. So we've got Westminster, Alaska, DU. Our top 3 at the moment is the University of Utah, Ute, Mikkel Solbakken. Looking for the wire-to-wire to win. He was the fastest on that first run, and this is a good, clean-looking for Solbakken. Boy, it's tough to call. We've seen some incredible racing, but that looked like an awfully good run from Solbakken to me. As we look to the result board, and Solbakken, indeed, the wire-to-wire win. Solbakken, unofficially, our first race winner here at the Spencer James Nelson Memorial University of Colorado Invitational. Just 0.3 of a second. Now on course, this is Henry Hayden. Henry racing for Montana State, the Australian athlete. He's completed many a time on this all-out race hill after doing his training and competing before college at Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Hayden looking nice and smooth down here. You know, I always say for these racers that follow the flip, you want everybody to question, hey, has the fastest skier gone down yet? Henry Hayden, skiing well, doing just that. A nice looking run for Hayden. Gunnar Barnwell taking his crack at the course, Colorado Mountain College Eagle. Skiing his home hill. Barnwell managing well through that difficult transition onto the lower pitch. No mistakes for Barnwell from Colorado Mountain College. Oh, but we unfortunately do have a mistake up top for Curtis Zani. You see Zani go out up there. Didn't see what happened, but the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club skier is off course in a DNF. Jake Morgan from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club on course. Jake skiing aggressively. I like what I'm seeing from Morgan. He's definitely polished up his GS skiing and found speed.
Come on, let's go. You got it. Up, let's go.
Ah, and just as the announcer's jinx kicks in, Morgan was looking so good, getting a little bit inside their narrow stance, and he goes out. Engelbrett Algebras is on course, University of Nevada racer. Over Coach's Knoll and onto the lower section of the all-out race hill. Aldras has managed well through that section. This delay allows the skiers to pick up some speed as they come onto the lower flats. This is a good-looking run for the UNR skier. Philip Krota, quick out of the start. We don't even catch him on that top camera. Colorado Mountain College racer from Croatia onto the lower section already. Skiing a very direct line down on that lower section is Krota. Giving this hill zero respect. It's a hill he knows well. Of the Colorado Mountain College Eagle ski team. Next skier in the start, it's going to be Andreas Smith. Smith racing for the University of Nevada, Reno. Norwegian skier. Coming out of the skis from Smith as he makes his way across the beach. The sun moving in and out here on the all-out race hill this morning. Smith onto the lower section. Smith, a good clean run up there. As we look up the hill to Colin Kagan. Colin across the beach. Coming into view now onto the lower section. Colin Kagan, a postgraduate skier from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Turns there on that steep pitch. Colin Kagan skiing it like a pro as he drops into his tuck for a turn. That clean skiing on the pitch should help him here on the flats. Now he's got to let him run. Colin Kagan onto the lower section of the course. Chase Seymour on the upper section, crossing past the coaches and onto the lower part of the course. This is Chase Seymour. His twin brother Trey held the lead for a long time down there at the finish, racing for the University of Denver. Chase is the University of Colorado Buffalo, Steamboat Springs local. Solid skiing there from Chase as he looks to make a move up in that run. Cayman Beauregard on course. Cayman, Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racer, first-year FIS athlete, making a mark on the FIS circuit. Cayman really skiing well this year. He's putting together another solid run here right now. Beauregard, good skiing down there for the Steamboat local. Jacob Dilling, now on course, University of Colorado. Not pleased with his first run. Looking to make a change here on the second run. The good news for Dilling is that the course is in good shape. The bad news for us is that the camera not working well down there for Dilling. We'll look to the time for him. It's Danielson now on course on the upper section. Apologize for the camera issues down on the lower part of the course as Ulrich Danielson goes down. Out of the start comes Thomas Menon. Menon racing for Menon Sports. Good looking top section for Menon. Dilling did improve on that second run. Oh, his standards are even higher. Theodore Kim now on the upper section of the course. Theodore, Colorado Mountain College Flying Eagle. Flying up top, skiing well. As Luke Dalton now gets ready to go up top. Luke Dalton on course. Luke racing for the Montana State Bobcats. Apologize for our video issues on the lower section. Going to chase those video gremlins away before the women's race this afternoon. So make sure you stick around for that. So Dalton makes his way onto the lower section. Dalton laying those skis over, carving some nice turns. Good looking run for Dalton. Gustav Dahlbaum is now on course from Westminster College. Gustav carrying some speed into that section, but man, if you're going to carry speed into that section, you'd better be on it for that turn at the transition. I love how the course set worked with that terrain, making a difficult tactical choice for the skiers as they come onto that lower pitch. A little trouble for Dahlbaum in there, but he did keep himself on course. Now it's Garrett Kirsch onto the lower section. Apologize for that video there, Garrett. As we go back to Ian Hanrahan, the Park City Ski and Snowboard Club racer. Formerly from Romark, doing the post-grad program at Park City and having a great time. Came out and raced the Holiday Classic races here in Steamboat late December. And so he's familiar with the course and now looking to continue to move up through the ranks, starting with bib 71. He's made a pretty good move so far. This is a good-looking run for Hanrahan. Nice skiing for the Park City racer. Caden Carruthers is on course, the Canadian skier for the University of Alaska Anchorage. With some Stivets up there to manage through their little different tactical approach, but I think it was smart. As he makes his way onto the lower section, our next racer up top, none other than Chase Kelly. Chase from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. Strong 18-year-old skiers that I talked about. Oh, and Chase goes out. Bridger Harrison on course. Bridger, Westminster College racer. It's from Ogden, Utah. So we'll go back to the top to catch Stanley Andre. Stanley from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Was able to pick up Bridger down below, and some good-looking skiing for Bridger. It's Andre now onto the lower pitch. Who knows what's in the wires here, trying to connect the top and the bottom here for our video coverage today. Stanley Andre. Good solid run. Oh, getting a little bit low. Darn commentator's curse. Striking again. Out goes Andre. Isaac Mosen on course from Colorado Mountain College. That's solid skiing up there for Mosen. Well done. Pine Eagles have managed the hill well today. Nicely done for Moats and Samuel McDermott, another Colorado Mountain College racers on course. Bounced wide there is McDermott, but he gave himself enough elevation. He was able to keep it on course, not lose too much speed through that section. Definitely the most technically challenging part of the course. Dermott skiing well. On next is Adam Rankler. Rankler, the Swede, racing for Rocky Mountain College. Laying over some nice turns down there on those blue gates. Oh, bucked out of that one, though. Rankler, the key for him, trying to link some more turns with that good energy that we saw on a couple. Marcus Stanley on course right now. Marcus from the Loveland Ski Club. Maintaining his elevation, a higher line than the others that we've seen through this section. Getting after the gates down here. Marcus, you can tell he's feeling it. You can see it in the body language. Is Owen Wither now on course? Owen, Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racer. And Owen getting eaten up by the video gremlins down there. Will Uttendorfer on the upper section as we flip to Will. Colorado Mountain College racer. We're able to catch glimpses of Owen Wither making his way all the way past the tack shed down below for the Steamboat skier. Uttendorfer on course. Up top, our next competitor, William Anders Melde, the Norwegian skier racing for Rocky Mountain College. Melde onto the lower section. We apologize for the strobe light effect. That's not what we were shooting for today. Work to get that repaired for the women's run. Back to the top we go. It's going to be Morrow Bamber. Morrow racing for the University of Alaska Anchorage. Cashmore will be our final racer on course. But right now it's Morrow Bamber. The Seawolf attacking the all-out race slope. The site of the NCAA Championships. I should note that NCAA will bring with them a great camera crew to provide live top to bottom 6 cameras, I believe, on the hill for that event, March 6th. We hope you'll be tuned in for that one. We're hoping to provide world-class coverage here of this women's race, which will be starting this afternoon, 12:45. Morrow Bamber to the finish, and Will Cashmore now, our final racer, pushing out of the start. And Cashmore's on course. The Kiwi spent some time here in Steamboat with Colorado Mountain College Sports Club program. Cashmore knows the hill well. Onto the lower section goes Cashmore. Double pole plant there, good quiet upper body, keeping his body position stable so that the feet can do the work, keep his balance. Moving down the hill is the goal. Cashmore is through. That'll wrap up our men's race. A great race that it was. As we look to the unofficial results in the first day of racing here for the Spencer James Nelson Memorial University of Colorado Invitational, Mikkel Solbakken, unofficially our race winner, going wire to wire, fastest in the first run, held on to the lead for the second run over Loic Chablis from Westminster College. In third, Leon Nikic, racing for the University of Alaska Anchorage. Trey Seymour, the local from University of Denver, finishing in fourth position. And rounding out the top 5 from the University of Colorado, Luis Gustav Fausa. Nice to see a broad representation of teams there in our top 5. And a great morning of racing. That's going to wrap it for our men's race coverage. Stay tuned right here. We're not going anywhere, and the women's race will be underway starting at 12:45 Mountain Time.
See that write those down.
The Winter Sports Club is amazing. It is multi-sports, and it's the only club in the entire country that has as many winter sports as we're able to provide.
I feel like when you ask our kids about their life in Steamboat, their first thing they'll say is, we grew up in the Winter Sports Club.
It's sort of like a second family for me.
The Winter Sports Club, I think, was my upbringing.
I think Hallison and the Winter Sports Club is one of the best places in the world.
It was almost another parent to me. We spent every opportunity we had down at the Winter Sports Club and enjoyed every minute of it.
Coming here after school and being with your friends and your coaches, it's just an awesome experience.
Almost every huge lesson or experience or great moment that has changed them has happened through the Winter Sports Club.
You know, their notion of creating champions on and off the mountain really resonates with me, and I just think it's an incredible opportunity for the boys to be part of that.
Every coach that I've ever worked with, here at Winter Sports Club or see coaches on hill with these kids, from skiing to cross country to jumping to snowboarding coaches, every single one of them brings a large amount of passion and dedication to this sport.
And the culture that they become a part of, again, changes them. And whether or not they're winning or whether or not they want to be an Olympian, they can be the best version of themselves.
We're so fortunate in this town to have so many amazing people help raise these kids.
There's something to be said about growing up in a competitive environment and having the mentors that the SSWSC provided. And I certainly don't think that I would have grown up to be the person that I am today without their influence on my life.
It's so unique and so special, and having seen great places in the world, there's nothing like this.
Really, the Winter Sports Club is appropriate for all kids. Every single kid can benefit from the Winter Sports Club.
Well, we are just a few minutes out from the women's giant slalom here in Steamboat Springs, Colorado, at the Spencer James Nelson Memorial, the University of Colorado Invitational FIST University race. We were treated to a great race this morning with the men, and since we left you after the men's race, the weather has just gotten perfect Colorado. It is postcard perfect here in Steamboat for the women's race. Excellent visibility, sun throughout the course for this women's race. The snow is still firm, but because of the warmth, we're about in the mid-30s here on the slopes of All Out. There is a little bit more grip on the top layer for these women. They're going to be able to really attack this first run course set. Our course setter, Scott Tanner from Colorado Mountain College. We've talked about it before. This is the home meet for the University of Colorado, but the home hill for Colorado Mountain College. Scott Tanner maybe has put more sets on this hill than any other coach, and I slipped down this course earlier. It looks fantastic. It's got good flow, some technical turns to it, but should really run nicely here for the women. With course conditions as perfect as they are, we're going to be able to see some full attack from these ladies. So, a few more minutes away till forerunners here for this women's first run. Got a field of 61 women today. It'll be Denise Dingsletter from the University of Colorado kicking things off after our forerunners run. Two courses on the same hill, but a little bit different character. This first run has a little bit more of a consistent pitch all the way down on the skier's left-hand side of the hill. The upper section a little bit steeper and a little bit more fall away on the left-footed turns on the top part of the course. But the bottom part of the course is a little bit easier, I would say, not quite as steep. For that sections, the transition's a little bit more subtle from the pitch onto the flats down below. We'll be underway here in just a moment. The lower section of the course is also the shortest route for our ski patrol here at the resort to get any injured skiers or snowboarders down to the clinic. And we've got one coming through right now at the bottom, not one of our racers, but we're on a brief hold for them to cross.
They're ready to go, so let's clear from the bottom up, please.
As we get ready.
Let's hold off on clears until I get the patrol through. Carolyn, call me when they're ready.
So we'll be underway here soon. Again, this is the Spencer James Nelson Memorial. Spencer Nelson, one of CU's finest, who unfortunately had his life taken way too early on the Maroon Bells near Aspen in the climbing accident. Spencer had a brilliant future ahead of him in ski racing and in life. Had skied a great freshman year at the University of Colorado. I had the good fortune of coaching Spencer in his junior years at the Winter Park Competition Center, as well as in the soccer program in Winter Park. And truly one of the finest ever to set foot on the campus in Boulder. We miss him greatly, and we're really pleased that these races continue on in honor of his name. There's no doubt that he's watching down in the slopes here in Steamboat Springs, where he'd love to compete. Had some junior championship races here in Steamboat. We miss Spencer, but we love being here to race in his honor. All right, our jury is getting our clears on the course, and we prepare here for our forerunners. We've got some good forerunners here checking out the course. Our forerunners help make sure that our timing is working, help make sure that our course workers are ready for some athletes. And our first forerunner is going to be Logan Gross-Didier, who I must say looks very good in a University of Colorado race bib. Just 15 years old. It's going to be a few years before the University of Colorado might get their hands on this impressive prospect of a ski racer. Other paths ahead for Logan. Two CU racers will be the first two out of the gate that count for the race today, Denise Dingsletter and Julia Toivonen. And now we're ready. Our first forerunner. Logan Gross-Didier is on course. Our first chance to take a look at this first run set by Scott Tanner from Colorado Mountain College. Bit more swing to the course, I think, than what we saw for the men this morning. Certainly not excessively so. And Logan giving us a great look at the course here. Beautiful sunshine. Perfect races as we follow Logan all the way down into the swimming pool by the finish. second forerunner on course right now. I believe this is Noelle Roth. Great to see Noelle skiing. She is returning from a knee injury last year and getting her first laps in race courses. Ordinarily, Noelle would be competing at this event, but just coming back from injury. It's so good to see Noelle back and skiing yet again. And skiing well. It's a long road, the recovery road. Noelle's been patient, though, and hopefully she's really rewarded when she is fully back. On course. We have 4 today for the women's race. Excuse me. So our 4th and final forerunner has just left the start, is on the upper section of the course. Letter getting ready to go in the gate. This is looking good by the looks of the forerunner skiing here as we get ready for our start. Got a clear course report. Now our first racer in the gate, Denise Dingsletter from the University of Colorado Buffaloes. The Austrian is on course. She is looking to set the pace here today in this women's first race of the Spencer James Nelson Memorial. Julia Toivonen, her teammate, to follow in the gate, but right now we're following Denise Dingsletter, our first racer down the hill. No mistakes here for Dingsletter so far. Absolutely perfect racing conditions. She approaches the finish, setting the standard. Julia Toivonen now on course. Anna Sethering will be our next competitor out of the gate. Here's Toivonen. Sethering has left the start. Toivonen from the University of Colorado approaching the finish. With the yellow leader bib, Hannah Sethering from Westminster College on the upper section of the course. Breaking over onto the lower pitch. And Sethering approaching the finish in the yellow leader bib is Sethering. On course up above is bib number 4. It's Kaya Norby from the University of Utah. For pitch. Sethering taking the lead, the yellow leader bib. She moves into the lead for today's race.
Set 5 on, and I will stop announcing them.
Julia Toivonen, second position at the moment. As we watch Kaya Norby, the Norwegian skier from the University of Utah, into her tuck over that final road. Kaya Norby looking solid up top. Looking solid in her run. Evelina Fredriksson is our next competitor on course. Evelina racing for Westminster College. She is a Swede. Norby moving into second position down there, Sathering, our current leader from Westminster. Evelina Fredriksson, her teammate. She take over the top spot from her friend and teammate. Good looking run. Absolutely ideal course conditions out here on the slopes of All Out today. Sarah Rask from the University of Denver makes her way down the hill. Fredriksson into third place is Rask. She's had success on this hill. Competed fantastically in the Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic FIS races here in December. And Sarah Rask from Sweden. Inner tuck, looking to take every bit of speed she can across the lower flat section. Rask, a good looking run up there as her teammate makes her way down the upper section. That's Nora Brand, the German, racing for the University of Denver Pioneers.
Let's go. Come on, dude. Go.
Nora with a good looking run. Justine Lemontagne from Montana State, the Canadian. She makes her way onto the lower pitch. Tanya charging hard. You can see it in her body language, really trying to work the ski, move through transition into the next turn. Strong run now. Ansley Profit, next competitor up above. She moves on to the lower pitch. Ansley spent a year here in Steamboat skiing with Colorado Mountain College. Now she's up at the University of Alaska, Anchorage. Spent a couple of years on the U.S. ski team as well. She's one to watch in this race. So clouds cover the sun for a little bit for Profit. No problem for her. A good solid run. Juliana Tintori just threw coaches Knoll onto the lower pitch now. Julia from Westminster College, the Italian racer. Her teammate, Hannah Sathering, currently in the lead at the finish, is Julia Tintori. Makes her way down the lower pitch. All right, and up to the top of the course. On to the lower section now. It's Ilva Tony Falksetti from Montana State, the Norwegian skier. Dancing through those GS gates down on the lower pitch of All Out and approaching bottom section now. Falkset from Montana State. You see all good skiing here amongst these women. Absolutely perfect conditions. And we've got a course hold right now as we wait to send Nicola Roundtree Williams. Nicola, member of the Colorado Mountain College Flying Eagles. She did a great job at the Holiday Classic races back here in December. Really had some breakthrough races, especially in that slalom, taking the slalom victory in the final race. It was really exciting. Yeah. She, a former member of the U.S. ski team, now racing collegiately, the high level of racing. Super impressive. So our top five at the moment right now at the finish, in fifth place currently from Westminster College, Evelina Fredrickson. Justine Lamontagne in the fourth position right now from Montana State. Kaya Norby currently in third from the University of Utah. Sarah Rask from the University of Denver currently in second position. And our leader right now at the finish from Westminster College, Hannah Sathering. Seven-tenths of a second separating our top five skiers in the finish at the moment. So brief course hold while we take care of a crossing down at the lower section before we send Nicola Roundtree Williams. We've got word that the crossing is through. So at the next interval in 40 seconds, we're going to see Nicola Roundtree Williams. This event hosted by the University of Colorado in conjunction with the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Happy to be able to provide this live video stream for you from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Colorado Mountain College is our home college here in the town of Steamboat Springs. Beautiful campus right up on the hill across just above downtown, with views overlooking both the all-out race hill where we are today and Howelson Hill where we will be for the slalom on Saturday. And Nicola is on course. So far, conditions are perfect for these racers. They're finding the snow to their liking. Racers have found the finish so far here in this women's race. The light going in and out, though, and that'll create an interesting dynamic. These first racers had absolutely perfect vision. When the clouds roll in, it's a little flat on the slopes of All Out. Not many trees to help the skiers see their line. You see the blue lines on the snow by the gates. That's to help the skiers sense where the snow is as they make their way down the hill. Elise Hitter is now on course. Elise racing for Westminster College. Hails from Switzerland. As Roundtree Williams moves into 8th position at the moment, here comes Elise Hitter. Westminster College has got the leader in the finish line at the moment. And Hannah Sathering can at least unseat her teammate. She makes her way towards the finish. Up next, we've got on the upper section of the course, Caroline Jones from the University of Colorado. Caroline hitting that transfer portal and off to CU from the University of Vermont. Knows this hill well, former Ski and Snowboard Club Vail racer. A former Murphy Roberts Holiday Classic trophy winner. Jones now for the University of Colorado. Skiing solid, a good-looking run for the University of Colorado Buffalo. As we look to the time, we're back to the upper section of the course and our first non-collegiate junior racer. This is one to watch. Vika Zatzeva, first-year FIS racer from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Vika has earned herself based on some great results in Utah at the Westminster and University of Utah Invitational races. She's got herself an early seed with these collegiate racers, so she gets to start near the front with them. She's having a fantastic season in her first year of FIS racing, definitely one to watch, and this is a good-looking run for Zatzeva. Anna Zabaznek will be our next competitor. Zabaznek from Montana State, the Croatian, now onto the lower section of the course. Zabaznek, nice and smooth down through that lower section. She approaches the finish. Magdalena Luxak, this is one to watch from the University of Colorado. Already onto the lower pitch. She's been cutting her teeth on the World Cup this year, competing in several World Cup races. The Polish skier. She's had some success, earned herself some World Cup points. It's amazing the talent level that we've got on the RMISA circuit. NCAA ski racing is strong. Looking good. Madison Hoffman, the Australian, now on course from the University of Utah. And look at that, Luxak from the University of Colorado taking over the lead from the 17th bib position. Outside of that seed, because I don't believe she competed in the Utah races while she was competing on the World Cup. Conditions absolutely perfect today, though, so no problem for her to come up through the field and sneak into that top spot at the moment. Ashley Alexander now on the upper section. Madison Hoffman through the finish, and Madison moving into the lead. A little bit of sunshine on that track. Conditions absolutely perfect, and Hoffman and Luxak take advantage. Back to the top. Watch Elena Exenberger. Exenberger racing for the University of Colorado. Exenberger onto the lower pitch. Elena, an Austrian, competing for the Golden Buffaloes. Know that the track is still running fast. Our top two times came from competitors just a few ago as Exenberger approaches the finish. Kyla Lafreniere is now on course. Kyla from the University of Utah, Canadian racer, getting a little bit inside there. See that hand dragging a little wide through those turns before the delay coming off the bottom of the pitch. That'll cost her a little bit of time, but the advantage for her is a nice light touch on the snow. The snow is so perfect, easy to over edge today. Renier was not having that problem. Ashley Campbell now on course, another Canadian. She's racing for the University of Colorado. Good line down here for Campbell. Getting a little bit low through that delay, but there's room in the delay for that to happen. I think she's carrying some good speed. Campbell now attacking as she's onto the lower flat section. Passing the timing building and shortcut road. Ashley Campbell from the University of Colorado, a good-looking run on the all-out race hill. Nellie Rose Talbot is on course. Nellie Rose racing for Montana State, longtime Colorado racer. Did her training at Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Really laying those skis over as Talbot, creating some big edge angles, running a pretty direct line, tight on those gates. Talbot into her tuck, approaching the finish. A good-looking run for the Montana State Bobcat. Bryn Hitchcock, another Bobcat on course. Bryn into view now on the lower section. Smooth skiing here from Hitchcock. This course definitely has some swing back and forth, but really nice rhythm. The course set by Scott Tanner from Colorado Mountain College. Looks like the racers are managing it well. Right now we've got a junior racer, Ella Snyder from Team Summit. Oh, and Ella gets a little bit wide there on that blue gate. The good news for Ella, she's on one of the steeper sections of the course up there, so able to get her momentum back quickly. Now onto the flats. That definitely cost her some, but if she can be clean and smooth through this section, not too much. Ella Snyder nicely in her tuck. Over the shortcut road and towards the finish for Snyder. Tia Kessel from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club now on course. Tia getting a little bit wide down there. But no major mistakes for Kissel from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. As she approaches the finish, seen a lot of good, clean skiing here from the racers today. Michelle Curvin, the Swede, racing for the University of Utah, now on course. And could not have any better conditions for racing today. You see, we've had 27 racers down the slope, barely a dent in the track, but with the sunshine temps in the mid-30s, there's just enough grippiness at the top level of the snow for these skiers to lay that ski over, be clean, but get the response they're looking for from their edges, and really power through those turns. Curvin's done well down here. Michelle Curvin approaching the finish. Already into view on the lower section from Rocky Mountain College. This is Hilda Iron Sato, the Norwegian skier. A lot of angulation in the knee as we watch Sato ski, creating some good strong edge angle. Sato looking for her tuck. Trying to ski direct and smooth down there across the flats is Ella Bromy, a Swede racing for the University of Alaska Anchorage. Makes her way onto the lower pitch of the all-out race hill. Ella getting thrown a little bit into those turns there, but has nice balance over her skis. Manage it well. The goal to keep those skis on the snow. Try to get good edge pressure early in the turn. It's Phoebe Hayden. Now makes her way across the flats, past the coaches at pick point, and onto the lower section. Phoebe Razor from Australia, skiing with Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Hill many times. She had some strong performances as a junior racer. The U16 championships here on these slopes. Now racing FIS with the big girls here at the CU Invitational. On course, Josephine Trueblood from the University of Denver on that upper section. She comes into view on the lower pitch. The University of Denver Pioneer. She, too, a former Ski and Snowboard Club Vail athlete. Only 3 women here in the race today from the University of Denver. Pressure's on Jose to make a statement here. A couple racers competing in the World Junior Championships for the University of Denver. Making our team a little bit smaller. Jose skiing a really nice lower section. I liked that section down at the bottom for Jose. Alyssa Hill onto the lower section of the course as we are now on 30-second intervals. We may not be able to get much action on the upper half. We'll watch them down low. The Canadian racing for the Seawolves of Alaska Anchorage. Approaching the finish. And up to the top of that lower pitch now, Abby Dembeck. Abby from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Abby having a nice year this year. Oh, and as I say that, she goes wide in that delay. That's a critical mistake. That delay is an opportunity for the skiers to really pick up momentum for this flats, and hard to make it back for Abby. But I tell you what, her skiing is good. She generates energy from her turns. And Dembeck, despite the mistake, should have a solid run. Emma Hammergard now on course. Emma from the University of Colorado, a veteran of this CU Buffaloes squad. Hails from Sweden. Hammergard looking to improve on her giant slalom rank here as she approaches the finish. For Claire Timmerman from the University of Utah. The Canadian skier getting a little bit inside, a little low and wild, a little rotation up there for Timmerman. She got it back in the delay, but that was a costly mistake in that section. Timmerman appears to have it back on track, running a low, late line down here now. She knows she made the mistake up there, and she's trying to take some additional risk. She approaches the finish. Our next racer coming into view, it's Carlotta Marcora from Westminster College. She's an Italian racer. Couple fast runs just put down by Hammergard and Timmerman. Marcora would like to stick one in there as well. Nicole Wordley comes into view. Nicole racing for the Loveland Ski Club. Representing Great Britain. She has dual citizenship. Good looking skiing for Wordley down here. Absolutely perfect conditions, and it's so great. These skiers from back in the field, because the snow is so good, have an opportunity, a fair opportunity to move up amongst those top racers. But it's going to take a lot because we saw some really fast racing from our top competitors. Sarah Steele right now, Park City Ski and Snowboard Club, the Canadian, on the lower section of the course. Oh, and down on her side goes Steele. And unfortunately, that is our first victim of the course today. Steal a DNF. Kat Cosby on course right now from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. Kat, local girl, having a fantastic season in her first year of FIS racing. As the video gremlins come back at us, I don't know what's going on, but Kat Cosby is skiing well down here. Despite the strobe effect, not slowing down Kat. And she approaches the finish. Lily Sewell now on the lower section of the course. Lily, a postgraduate racer, Canadian skier, racing with the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. As we look at Kat into the top 21. Sewell now approaching the lower section. Good looking run for Lily. All right, on course, it's Singustad Finnlog, the Norwegian skier, racing for Rocky Mountain College on course. Finnlog running a low line down there across the beach section at the flats. She approaches the lower pitch. Pitch for Finnlog. Running a bit of a low line, which on this hill, not too steep, nothing too crazy ahead of him, is better than over skiing, skiing too high. For Finnlog, and she's through. Next up on the lower pitch, it's going to be Carmen Sophie Nielsen, the University of Alaska Anchorage Seawolf from Norway. Again, seeing the sun go in and out. Clouds starting to build here in Steamboat. We're expecting snow for the slalom day. Cloudy conditions for tomorrow's race. It's kind of been in and out today, but absolutely beautiful temperature. Snow conditions are perfect as Jessica Blackburn onto the lower section. Jessica from the University of Nevada, Reno. Blackburn, aggressive, tight on those gates. Running a direct line down here, and she looks strong over her skis. I like the run from Blackburn. Again, the chances for these skiers to move up as Tiana Bruce from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail now makes her way over the pitch onto the lower section of All Out. Bruce skiing well this year. Always excellent technique when you're watching Tiana, and it looks like she's charging as well. These junior skiers have to up their game in this competitive collegiate field as Catherine McKinney on her tail. McKinney from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. McKinney nice and light on her edges. Tight on the gates down here. McKinney really hammering, really taking an aggressive approach. Let's see if that pays off for the Vail Racer, and another Ski and Snowboard Club Vail Racer coming into view. This is Althea Noyes from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Nice and smooth down through that delay and the transition now onto the flats. Past the tack shed in our timing building. It's a little piece of terrain there with the road. These girls are having no problem at all with that. And into the finish for Noyes. Melanie Dahlberg now on the lower section. Melanie is Swede, skiing for the University of Utah. Every opportunity for these skiers in the 40s and 50s ahead to move into the top 30. Of course, conditions are excellent. The quality of field, however, require a high degree of skiing to move into that field of the top 30. Emma Powers now on course. Emma from the Park City Ski and Snowboard Club. And Emma getting thrown sideways there, a little twisted, making a nice recovery to stay in it. Using that delay well to get her momentum back. And look at her charge after the mistake. This is an amazing racing attitude right here for Emma Powers from the Park City Ski and Snowboard Club. That was a wild run with mistakes, but let's see how it plays out at the finish, because I tell you what, Emma was putting the hammer down. Looked like the mistakes might have caught up with her, but I really like the aggressive approach from Emma Powers. Cleo Braun now on course from the University of Colorado. Cleo nice and smooth as she drops into her tuck. And approaches the finish. Dylan Gay from the Park City Ski and Snowboard Club now on course. Dylan's had some good mentors around her, and she is skiing well down here on this lower section. Nice slower run for Dylan Gay. Sophia Palmquist on course now. Sophia from Team Summit. It's a little bit low in the line for Palmquist. Sophia got her start at Buck Hill in the Twin Cities of Minnesota. Really has continued to emerge as a Team Summit racer. Stella Sherlock now on course. Stella from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. Stella keeping those hands forward. She moves into her tuck early. Sherlock. A good aggressive run on the lower section. Tell you what, these junior racers are doing a fantastic job. Here's another to watch. Solveig Moritz. Solveig from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Solveig nice and smooth as she approaches the lower part of this course set by Scott Tanner. Elle Murphy on course right now, skiing for Ireland and racing with the University of Nevada, Reno. Nevada, Reno. So great to have them into the RMISA circuit. No, in trouble up above. It looks like Molly McTeague is off course. Tough break for the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club skier Maya Andrews now on the upper section from Loveland. You see Maya coming over onto the lower pitch past pick point. Andrews getting a little bit wide in there. That section is fast, and the turns increase there, and our second victim in a row in that section. Maya Andrews goes down. Now it's Maisie Douglas's turn. Maisie from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. And Maisie running the low line there at the end of the beach. See how she takes this transition coming on the lower pitch. A little elevation here would be nice. And Maisie has done just that. It's like the approach for Douglas. Aggressive on the flats, smart on the pitches. That can be a really good approach here on the all-out race hill. Maisie Douglas into her tuck. Approaching the finish line, just a couple gates ahead. We look up the hill. Our next competitor, Julia Wordley. Julia, like her younger sister Nicole, who went before, racing for Great Britain and the Loveland Ski Club. Approaching the finish. Hazel Fernley is on course right now. Hazel from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. First year FIS racer. You see Hazel getting a little extra shape up on the top part of the turn. In her first year of FIS racing, Hazel's done very well. It's a big step up to be competing at a level like this. Camille Natter is on course. Camille from the Loveland Ski Club. Off the top pitch now and onto the flat beach section. About 5 turns and a pretty flat pitch there. And as she goes out of view and switches to the lower camera, the hill starts to get steeper and the turns start to get turnier. Camille, no big mistakes to this point. Now is where it gets critical for her to be over that outside ski, and no. Natter is out. Tough break down there for Camille Natter. Now our final racer in the start from Rocky Mountain College. This is Reese Harmon. Reese with a good, strong start, and she's on course. This course is held up well. Reese onto the beach section, the middle flats. Now it's game on, onto the lower pitch. Sun out for Reese. Perfect visibility, course conditions in good shape after 61 racers have gone down. Rocky Mountain College skier through that delay onto the lower pitch. Reese Harmon. Top to bottom coverage for the Rocky Mountain College skier. Here she comes over the final roll to the finish line, and that's going to be a wrap. For our first race run here of the women's giant slalom at the Spencer James Nelson Memorial University of Colorado Invitational. We'll count down our top 5 unofficially. Kaya Norby in 5th position from the University of Utah. Sarah Rask from the University of Denver unofficially in 4th position. Hannah Sathering from Westminster College in that 3rd spot. Magdalena Liksak from CU in 2nd, and just 400ths of a second ahead of her, racing for the University of Utah, Madison Hoffman. That'll wrap up our women's first run. We're going to be back at 2:30 for the women's second run. Don't go anywhere. Thanks for joining us for some impressive ski racing action here at the Spencer James Nelson Memorial.
The Winter Sports Club is amazing. It is multi-sports, and it's the only club in the entire country that has as many winter sports as we're able to provide.
I feel like when you ask our kids about their life in Steamboat, their first thing they'll say is, we grew up in the Winter Sports Club.
It's sort of like a second family for me.
The Winter Sports Club, I think, was my upbringing.
I think Hallison and the Winter Sports Club is one of the best places in the world.
It was almost another parent to me. We spent every opportunity we had down at the Winter Sports Club and enjoyed every minute of it.
Coming here after school and being with your friends and your coaches, it's just an awesome experience.
Almost every huge lesson or experience or great moment that has changed them has happened through the Winter Sports Club.
You know, their notion of creating champions on and off the mountain really resonates with me, and I just think it's an incredible opportunity for the boys to be part of that.
Every coach that I've ever worked with, here at Winter Sports Club or see coaches on hill with these kids, from skiing to cross country to jumping to snowboarding coaches, every single one of them brings a large amount of passion and dedication to this sport.
And the culture that they become a part of, again, changes them. And whether or not they're winning or whether or not they want to be an Olympian, they can be the best version of themselves.
We're so fortunate in this town to have so many amazing people help raise these kids.
There's something to be said about growing up in a competitive environment and having the mentors that the SSWSC provided. And I certainly don't think that I would have grown up to be the person that I am today without their influence on my life.
It's so unique and so special, and having seen great places in the world, there's nothing like this.
Really, the Winter Sports Club is appropriate for all kids. Every single kid can benefit from the Winter Sports Club.
All right, we're getting close for our women's second run here at the Spencer James Nelson Memorial University of Colorado Invitational Giant Slalom at Steamboat Ski Resort here on the all-out race hill. The first 15 racers out of the gate up there on the screen. Just a little over 3 seconds separating our top 30. Saw some movement in that men's race. Conditions similar here for the women, so I think the same opportunity is there for one of these women here in this first 15 to make a significant move up through the field. A couple DU racers did that in the men's race. Christian Oliveira-Sovig making a big move from 29th up into the top 10, and then Trey Seymour moving up into 4th position from a little deeper down in the first run results. So the opportunity is there for these women. Absolutely perfect racing conditions here on the slopes of All Out. Sun is still out. We're fortunate with this slope to have excellent afternoon visibility. The slope faces to the west. So in a lot of venues, that last run of the day is difficult with shadows and in poor visibility. Not here and not today. It should be a fantastic second run here for the women's race. The University of Colorado is going to kick us off with Elena Exenberger. Should be our first racer out of the start. We've got 4 forerunners before that will test the course that are getting ready to go here momentarily up at the start. So glad that you're here with us. We're excited for this second run. It's going to be a good one. Our start crew getting things ready up at the top, looking for their course clears. "61 women in the first run. We've whittled it down only to 57 here for the second. 4 racers did not finish that first run course. A testament to the great conditions out there and a really good course set by Scott Tanner on that first run. It was technical and challenging that way, but not tricky. So there was separation in times, but not a lot of funky stuff going on, which is exactly what you want in a collegiate race. We want a fair test of the best racers out there on the hill. And that's what we got in that first run. The second run course set by from the University of Alaska Anchorage. And we are underway with our forerunners. This is Logan Gross Didier, our first forerunner. Her older sister Tatum is in France racing at the World Junior Championships with a couple University of Denver athletes. Aren't here today. So we get a look at this lower section. This, the steepest part of the hill right here. Fast coming onto the flats. Second forerunner now on course, Noelle Roth. Forerunners from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club today. All coming back from injury, so good to see her on the hill. Ordinarily would be in this race, but that's not where she's at in her progression so far. Returning from injury. Carson Simison, our third forerunner on course. Courses are looking good. Couldn't ask for any better today. The snow is firm. Athletes hardly putting a dent in it. So far, we've put about 230 racers down the hill. And I don't think we're going to need a groom tonight. There's hardly a scratch in it. Dietz Gibson, our final forerunner on course right now. As we look for Dietz on the lower pitch, we'll get ready for our first racer. It's going to be from the University of Colorado, Elena Exenberger. In the top 5, at least, it's been a good mix of universities represented in those top spots. Haven't gotten results and taken a real close look deeper down at those standings. But we couldn't ask for better conditions out here today. All right, looks like we are ready to get underway. The University of Colorado kicking things off with Elena Exenberger from Austria on course. Exenberger, the advantage of running first on a good, clean course. While the course is not getting beat up too much, there is that advantage running early still. The course perfectly smooth, and Elena can put the turns down wherever she wants. Fun-looking course. When I was talking with some of the athletes in inspection, their response to how the course is looking was fun. In this section in here, pretty fast, and a big swinger delay onto the flats right there. Little bigger turns through that section right there for Exenberger. So go back up to the top. Our next competitor on course, that is Carlotta Marcora. It's Carlotta. Go back up to the top. It's Ashley Campbell from the University of Colorado. Ashley Campbell now onto the lower part of the course. The Canadian racing for the University of Colorado. Campbell looking strong as she approaches the finish line. We're back to the top. Ashley Alexander is on course up top. She breaks over onto the lower pitch. Oh, and Alexander out in that lower section. Nellie Rose Talbot on course next. Nellie Rose from Montana State, the Bobcat. Approaching the lower section. Comes Nellie Rose. Like in this early run on the course, Nellie Rose really laying those skis over. Creates such nice angles. See good turn shape in her skiing. As Nellie Rose Talbot approaches the finish line. Nellie Rose into the second position down there at the bottom. We've got a brief course hold. To do a little catch up here, Carlotta Marcora from Westminster College, our current leader. Down at the bottom. So Sansley Profit up in the start. Talking about Ansley a little bit in that first run, Ansley spent a little bit of time here in Steamboat racing with Colorado Mountain College. She, along with teammate Will Cashmore from down here, have made their way up north to Alaska to compete with Sparky Anderson and the Seawolves program. Like we've got a clear course down below. Ansley getting ready up top. Clapping her poles over the wand. And Ansley Profit pushing out of the start. She comes, the Seawolf. This upper pitch up here, nice rhythm. Open gates, lots of speed going on to the flats right in here. Of course, starts to flatten out right in this section, but it gets a little bit turnier right in this zone. The athletes have inspected that. Ansley, no problem there. Now on to the lower pitch for Profit. Just a nice tempo in here as the course breaks over. This is the steepest part of the hill right in this section. Important for the skiers to be clean so they can carry speed now onto the lower, flatter section. Just a moderate pitch in this zone as Profit looks for her tuck. Good looking run as we're able to follow Ansley all the way close to the finish. And that was a good looking run for Profit. Is Caroline Jones now, the University of Colorado Buffalo, making her way across the beach onto the lower section now for Jones. Profit moving into third. It's Carlotta Marcora, our current leader at the finish. Caroline Jones with some strong skiing down here. The University of Colorado Buffalo wants to make a move on this second run. She's in her tuck. This delay important for the speed across the lower flats here. Caroline with a good-looking run. No mistakes to speak of up there. Right now on course, it's Ella Bromley. Ella racing for the University of Alaska Anchorage as Jones moves into second position. Bromley, the Swede. Seawolf, good high line. Coming off the steep pitch and onto the seamy section of the course, getting a little bit wide and low. And you can see the skis getting that soft snow. Kind of kills her momentum. A little bit of a mistake there for Bromley. She's looking all right as Kat Cosby be our next competitor coming into view. Comes Kat, the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club athlete. In her first year of FIS racing, she's had a fantastic start. Just beautiful tactics there. A little bit off the panels, but giving herself depth in the turn, making sure that she's giving her body room to pass the gate so she can have clean skiing. It was a good-looking run for Cosby. All right, now on course, it's Ilvatoni Falcetti, racing for the Montana State Bobcats. Cosby moving into that top spot with the fastest second run so far. Looks like she moves into the lead by a healthy margin. Ilvatoni Falcetti, Montana State. Solid skiing onto the seamy flats. She's got about 5 gates to the finish as we move back up to the upper section of the course and watch Lana Zabaznik. Lana racing from Montana State. She's from Croatia. Cosby holding on to the lead down there. Saboznik, Montana State Bobcat, a little bit back coming through the delay, but keeping her momentum tight on those gates down there. Saboznik with a good, solid-looking run. Lily Sewell now on course. Lily, the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club. She's a Canadian doing some postgraduate skiing here in Steamboat Springs. Been busy on the NORAM circuit. This is a great opportunity for her. Good-looking skiing down there on the lower pitch of All Out. Now she's on to Simi. A good-looking run for Sewell. Her teammate, Kat Cosby, in the lead at the finish. A couple non-collegiate racers doing well here in the Spencer James Nelson Memorial. We've got a course hold before Taya Kissel will be our next person to push out. We look to the time for Lily Sewell. She moves into second behind her teammate, just less than a tenth of a second back of Kat Cosby, our current leader. So the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club sitting 1-2 right now down at the finish as an Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club racer, Taya Kissel, contemplates her run up at the start. Taya made a nice move in that first run from the 26th start position. Currently in 18th. So it's Lana Zaboznik in third place from Montana State University. Lily Sewell from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club in second. And Katarina Cosby, our current leader at the finish after the first 11 racers here at the Spencer James Memorial University of Colorado Invitational. All right, Taya Kissel is ready to go from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club, tapping the poles over the start wand and awaiting the start countdown is Kissel. She pushes out of the gate and is on course. These FIS University events, some of my favorites to watch, where you've got the top junior racers in the region competing alongside and against these highly talented collegiate skiers on the Rocky Mountain Interscholastic Ski Association circuit. And Kissel doing well. It's solid skiing on the lower pitch for Kissel. Back to the top following Kissel, it's Vika Zatseva. Talked about Vika in that first run, a first-year FIS racer from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. Vika having herself a fantastic season. So we continue to have the video gremlins out there. I apologize to all of our viewers worldwide. Kissel with some trouble down below, but no trouble except for in that delay, a little bit low and late for Zatseva. That's tough. You get in that soft snow, the skis kind of get bogged down. Will that be a costly error for Vika? We will soon find out as Nora Brand on course. Nora from the University of Denver, the German ski racer. Across the beach, flat section, over Coach's Knoll at Pick Point, and onto the lower section goes Nora Brand. Zatseva into third. We've got three junior racers in the top three spots at the moment. Nora Brand, a veteran University of Denver pioneer. Can we unseat these three juniors currently sitting in the top spot? Brand definitely charging down on that lower section. About 4 gates to go for Brand to the finish as we go back up to the upper section, and Kyla Lafreniere on course. Lafreniere now into view onto the lower section. Nora Brand indeed moves into the top spot. Nora Brand, second fastest second run, first place overall at the moment. We're about halfway through this top 30. Reverse order, Kaya Lafreniere from the University of Utah, making her way towards the finish. Denise Dingsletter on the upper section of the course, the University of Colorado Buffalo. You see the speed onto the flats for Dingsletter. Getting a little bit low right as she approaches the end of the flats and starts to come into view now on the lower section. Back to the top. Nicola Roundtree Williams, Colorado Mountain College. Frenier moved into second. Is approaching the finish. It's Dingsletter, but right now we're watching Nicola Roundtree Williams from Colorado Mountain College. Nicola coming into view onto the lower pitch. Dingsletter moving into fifth position. Roundtree Williams knows this hill well. It's her home hill from Colorado Mountain College. Apologize for the video challenges down on that lower section. We'll go back to the top where it's Claire Timmerman. Claire surprised me with her speed in that first run. Had a few mistakes down on this lower section. Could have been even faster, which is a good sign for this run. She cleans things up. The advantage for Timmerman is the light touch on the skis. There's no over-edging with Timmerman. And that was a nice section. So Timmerman's going to have speed onto the flats. Good job through that delay onto the Simi section. The University of Utah skier looking strong as she approaches the finish. Now it's the University of Colorado Buffalo. Emma Hammergard on course. Timmerman into third as Hammergard putting the hammer down on the lower section. University of Colorado skier maintaining her elevation, a high line. Now she moves into her tuck. See if she can take that speed off the pitch onto the flats. Just a little bit of a slide there in the delay. She's running an aggressive line. Hammergard's a veteran. She knows what she's doing. As she makes her way towards the finish, we watch Julia Tintori on course on the upper section. Tintori from Westminster College, the Italian. Hammergard moves into the lead by just the smallest of margins. Is Tintori now. Racer from Westminster College. Looks good through there, running a tight line. I think she's carried some momentum off the pitch through this flat section. That's going to be important for Tintori. She heads into her tuck, approaching the finish. Elise Hitter, another Westminster racer on course now. Elise from Switzerland. Tintori moving into ninth position. So it's the Colorado Buffalo, Emma Hammergard, in the lead as Westminster College's Elise Hitter makes her way onto the Simi portion of this all-out race hill. Getting a little bit low there is Elise. You see that outside ski just kind of getting dogged in that soft snow. No panic, though, from Hitter. So she kept her momentum well, but right now it's Julia Toivonen from the University of Colorado, the Finnish skier. Over coaches Knoll into her tuck, an aggressive approach for Toivonen. Onto the lower pitch now. Get a little bit stuck on that left ski. She comes over the breakover, but she's managed the pitch well. Toivonen certainly moving into her tuck every opportunity she gets. Toivonen doing everything she can to be fast. University of Colorado Buffalo. It's got about 5 gates to go as we look to the clock to see how she comes out. We're down to some of our fastest skiers from the first run right now. It's Evelina Fredrickson from Westminster College. The Swede onto the lower section. Toivonen moving back into 8th position. One thing I'll say on this hill, sometimes it is tough to tell. I think it's the skiers with the light touch that can really move up through the field. A lot of skiers looking really strong, and then the time doesn't quite match up. It's got to be aggressive, and you've got to have a light touch. Justine Lamontagne from Montana State, looking to find the right touch on the snow. As Evelina Fredrickson moves into the lead, the Swede from Westminster College, Justine Montagne, skiing strong down onto this lower section. That delay, lots of G-forces there on the right ski. Fantastic course set by Anna Barretz. Really like how it's flowing for these athletes. It's Kaya Norby now on course from the University of Utah. La Montagne is into the lead. Kaya Norby now from the University of Utah. Onto the lower pitch, this steep section right here. And Norby handling it very well. Sarah Rask now on the upper section as Norby approaches the finish. Sarah Rask, University of Denver Pioneer. Onto the lower pitch comes Rask as Norby moves into the lead. Down at the finish, Rask. The veteran line there, carrying a bit more elevation. It looks strong down here. It was nice through the delay for Rask. Look for the time. These women definitely stepping it up. As our fastest skier in that first run, Hannah Sethering from Westminster College, through the beach section. Onto the lower pitch she comes. It's Rask into second. The University of Utah's got the lead in Kaya Norby. Sarah Rask from the University of Denver in second. And Hannah Sethering. Can she go wire to wire? Getting a little bit wide in that delay. But looks like she's carrying speed. The yellow leader bib for the Westminster College skier, Hannah Sethering, as we look to the clock. Will it be enough for her to win here in this first race of the Spencer James Nelson Memorial CU Invitational? And yes, Sethering moves into the lead by less than 1/10 of a second as Carmen Sophie Nielsen from Norway and the University of Alaska Anchorage makes her way down the lower section. What a race. Sethering by 9/100ths of a second, skiing into that top spot. Oh, so close. And we expect close racing here on the All Out Race Hill. It's going to make it so exciting at the NCAA Championships here on March 6th. Michelle Curvin from the University of Utah on course right now. The Swede looking to make a move up here in the second run. Not so happy to have moved back a few spots after the first run. But course conditions are excellent. Curvin, she can do it this run, no problem. Clean skiing is the goal as we go back to the top. pick up Bryn Hitchcock. Here comes Bryn. Bryn racing for Montana State. My apologies, I got way off base there with our top racers. And we are indeed not who on course, who I said was on course. We're watching Madison Hoffman and Magdalena Luxak with their numbers there from the second run. Throwing me off, they go 1-2 with Madison Hoffman holding on to her lead. As we get reset up here with our numbers. Our apologies. Right now, it's Bryn Hitchcock on the lower section of the course. We are not NBC. But we're doing our best down here. Bryn Hitchcock, the Montana State Bobcat indoor tuck skiing a fine lower section. As we go back now on the shorter intervals. Alyssa Hill on the lower section. Alyssa racing for the University of Alaska Anchorage. Canadian ski racer. With the 30-second intervals. Unless there's a course hold, we're just able to get the bottom section, and Nicole Wordley, unfortunately, out. So we'll go to the top. This is Cindy Gaustad Kvinlog, racing for Rocky Mountain College. The Norwegian skier. Doing a nice job here on the lower pitch. Creating some strong angles, looking for her tuck. She makes that transition onto Simi. It's Catherine McKinney now on course. Catherine had a nice first run from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail, the junior racer. The thing I like about McKinney's skiing, just not overdoing it. Letting those skis run. Another good-looking run for McKinney. Melanie Dahlberg now on course. Melanie from the University of Utah. Maintaining a good high line up there is Dahlberg. Now she starts to run more direct as she approaches the flatter section here on Simi. Dahlberg putting together a nice smooth run. On course right now, this is Hilda Irene Sato, racing for Rocky Mountain College. Another Norwegian in our field today. Dylan Gay, the next competitor now in view. Park City Ski and Snowboard Club. Dylan doing a nice job down here. Liked her tactics coming off the pitch onto the flats, allowing her to carry some good speed. It's Jessica Blackburn now on course. University of Nevada, Reno. Blackburn a little bit wider line, but giving herself plenty of space around the gate to make clean turns. Now she's getting after it. Blackburn has a few gates to go to the finish line. We move up the hill to watch Stella Sherlock. Stella from the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. Sherlock into her tuck down here. Dancing from turn to turn. Should be followed by Phoebe Hayden. Here comes Phoebe, the Australian. Skiing with Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Just sticks her nose in the fall line and attacks. Her outside ski a little bit there, but solid skiing there from Hayden. All right, so we had a brief course hold, and our next racer ready to go up top. Bib number 25, that means we've got Ella Snyder from Team Summit. Ready to launch herself into the sunshine here in the afternoon on the all-out race hill. Madison Hoffman from the University of Utah. Unofficially our race winner so far. It's Ella Snyder from Team Summit. Take advantage of this FISU opportunity. Strong down the lower section is Snyder. Going to her tuck. Good, strong skiing from the Team Summit athlete. As we look up the hill for University of Denver's Josephine Trueblood. Here's Jose getting a little bit inside right before the break over onto the steep part of the pitch. Jose looking to find that rhythm this year. Looking nice down here on the flat section. As Trueblood approaches the finish, we go back up for our next competitor. That's Althea Noyes from the Ski and Snowboard Club Vale. Noyes will be followed by teammate Tiana Bruce. It's the Ski and Snowboard Club Vale show right now. We're stacking up the Vale Junior racers. Here comes Tiana. But before them all, also a Ski and Snowboard Club Vale alum. Oh, that was a tough place for a mistake for Bruce. Right before the flat section, killing her momentum. Bruce is going to need to try to find some speed down here. Trying to use the grooves. Her Vale racer now, Solvig Moritz. Up on the top section. Her sister Liv, currently in France for the World Junior Championships. Our next competitor now, Abby Dembeck, another ski and snowboard club Vail racer. Onto the lower pitch comes Dembeck. Vail coach is working hard up here with all these racers back to back to back to back. Dembeck. See her cutting inside the grooves there, trying to run a good direct line. Abby Dembeck certainly working hard to put down a fast run. Here's a racer in that first run. I commented how she was truly getting after it. Emma Powers making some mistakes, but skiing really aggressively in between. Apologize about our video challenges for Emma Powers. We'll flip back up to our next racer. That's Sophia Palmquist. Sophia from Team Summit. And onto the lower pitch comes Palmquist. Palmquist, too, with the sibling out at the World Junior Championship. Seems to be a theme here today at this University of Colorado Invitational, her older brother. Palmquist with a good solid run. Cleo Braun now on course. Cleo racing with the University of Colorado. For tuck goes Braun, just a little bit of a bump down there, and Braun fighting that groove. And she is out. Tough break for Cleo. Maisie Douglas now on the lower section. Maisie from Ski and Snowboard Club Vail. And a little bit wide in that delay is Douglas. Now into her tuck. She knows she's got to make up some time. Elle Murphy, our next competitor. Here comes Elle. Looking solid down that steepest part of the course. Now it starts to flatten out through this delay. Ellie from the University of Nevada, Reno ski team. Approaching the finish, Julia Wordley onto the lower all-out pitch. Great Britain skier. Just loves to race. Does her training with the Loveland Ski Club. And Wordley approaching the bottom section. We've got a couple left. Hazel Fernley is out of the start. Hazel from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club, her first year of FIS racing. This is a big step for Hazel to be competing in such a talented field loaded with top-level collegiate skiers. Bit of a testing ground and motivational for these junior athletes. Hazel's got several years of development, or she might be in that college skiing mix. So learning a lot for Fernley. And skiing well. Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club racer. Putting down a good, solid run. There's one left as we go back to the top. Our final racer. This is Reese Harmon from Rocky Mountain College, our final racer here in day one of the University of Colorado Invitational. Takes on the upper section for Harmon. Past pick point. Harmon, look at the links and fast turns. This is the technical section right here. The hill's at its steepest. Harmon maintaining a high line. Now can she let the skis run onto the flats? Harmon a little wide through that delay. She looks to move in her tuck through the transition down here. Reese Harmon. She's got a couple gates to go to the finish. Reese Harmon, our final racer, as we look to the line for the time. Reese Harmon safely through. That's going to wrap our first day of racing here at the Spencer James Nelson Memorial University of Colorado Invitational. We have several more days of racing ahead. Tomorrow we'll be back on the all-out slope for another day of giant slalom. Then on Saturday, we move over to Howelson Hill for the iconic day and night slalom. First run in the afternoon. Second run will be under the lights at Howelson Hill. Great preparation for the NCAA Championships being hosted here March 6th through the 9th. The cross-country athletes are in town as well. They will be competing tomorrow and Saturday at Howelson Hill. As we look back on the results from the women today, it was Madison Hoffman taking the victory. The Australian racer gets the win for the University of Utah. They take both races today. Magdalena Luxak from the University of Colorado finishing in second place. Those two racers really separating themselves. From Hannah Sethering,
I should be here. I'm always here.
who finished in third. Kaya Norby finishing in fourth. Sarah Rask finishing in fifth position. Thanks for tuning in. We will be back tomorrow for the second day of racing. Make sure that you do not miss us. We hope to see you then.